Alright, there we go. Let's see. Hello, hi, and how we're doing. Hopefully everyone is in good strength. I'm planning on making a better scene for the booting up the lobby thing. I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of mid. Also, currently down here we have apparently a tornado watch. 71 degrees. It's nice to hear. Currently outside is currently gray. B doesn't make. Surprisingly enough, it would be sunny. It would be like beaming yellow, but it's beaming white. It's not good. I just got this news. Kind of scared. Eh. But, I mean, we'd be aight. No. Probably set a timer for. See, it's 2 minutes. Alright. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Just so I can get everything set up. Pretty much everything is already set up. But I like to kind of keep some stuff in motion. Because I remember even watching like Jinxie stuff. His thing wouldn't even show up to like 1 hour and no 1 minute and 30 seconds later, which was always terrible. But today is Friday. We get to play Fire Emblem again. Last time I was getting dummy sick of that stinking boat mission where you had to get Ike and his other mercenaries onto the boat so that way they can I guess go to the promised land. Because I guess the promised land that we went to wasn't the promised land, so we got to go to the even more promised land. I suppose. I don't know how that really goes. But I think one of my main things that made me genuinely annoyed was it was one of the guys, I forgot his name, but he was basically a heavy knight. And overall, he was like not good in terms of defense. He was kind of mid, low key, which made him all the more annoying to use him. Because despite him being a heavy knight, you know, somebody who's able to take physical damage and not magical damage, the dude could not even take physical damage. It'd be people that was like way less in level than him, and he would still lose. That's why I was generally getting upset because like I forgot what those dudes' names. I know one of them was Sheenon. I think the other one was like Galade or Gallium or something like that. And I think they were both a good combo in terms of like strength and archery. I like those two. But this dude was just a sham of the strength. He was just mid. Like that's really the best way I can explain it, is that he was extremely mid. Like this dude had like no actual defense whatsoever, and it made me genuinely annoyed that like he had no defense, and it was like, bruh, like, are you serious? It's dumb. Also, background noises, all that can't control. You obviously know. You already get the gist, right? You know what I mean? But you know, hopefully, whenever I do get my own place, one of my main dream homes that I wanted was like, I know I've always wanted a game room, and more than likely a music room. I'd love to keep most of my instruments in there. Hopefully a reading room because I like to read too, and my bed, and then that pretty much be it. Have different sections of rooms. All right, so we're at the 5 minute mark. Definitely the timer about to go off in 7 seconds, which I stopped it. So let's go ahead and transition over to the game screen. Currently. Oh, but before that, I wanted to talk about. It was a post that I made about my humbling, right? So basically, I went to my grandparents and I shot up the breeze with them, cause my mom told me to get like some item, right? So I went and got the item and I was about to head home, but then my as I got to a stop sign, like a stoplight, my car randomly just stopped. Like the car went flat. It was so flat that even the hazards didn't work. So I had to step out, and it was a public road, right? It was like 3 lanes, all that stuff, in the middle of Mickey D's, and I'm just like, oh man, this is embarrassing. So I called up my grandfather. I told him the situation, And he's like, all right, I'll be there in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I'm like, okay. The main thing that I needed was to get the car pushed off. I tried to wave a few people down or at least tell them to just go around, and more than likely, most of them went away. I tried asking the people that were behind me because thankfully I was near a pharmacy, but most of them were old or they had stuff to do, so they didn't really help me in that situation. So I was mainly just beached the entire time. Um, I don't know if some lady professed it, but she basically told me, you got to put on your hazards. I went in and I put on my hazards. I told her thanks. She was like, yeah, just keeping you safe. I was like, thanks. But it kind of confused me because like I tried it and it didn't work. And then eventually one of my church members or a member I go to church with, she had saw me and she was like, "Are you all right, Trey?" and all that. And I was like, "Yeah, I just need some help because my car broke down." I basically gave the situation. I was like, "You can steer, and I will push." So she can steer, and I'll push the car, right? Because I would push it, but I don't have anybody to steer, and I would steer, but I have nobody to push. You know what I mean? It's a two-person job. But there was a dude that was helping um, some other lady with a car, and I tried asking him for help, but she was like, "Oh, sorry, he's fixing my car," and I was like, "Okay, I understand." So I was basically getting eaten up by like itchy grass and stuff, and I'm talking to my friend on the phone, and he's like, "Dang, bro, you should try to wave somebody down." And at first I was gonna say, "Bro, do you realize that, dude, you if I would not be able to wave somebody down if I was Lily Kyson that, bro. Like it's not happening, right?" And it didn't happen because most of them were trying to go home and stuff, so that was kind of annoying. If it was like on a back road, yeah, more than likely there would have been a lot more, but it was just in the middle of the most inconvenient spot ever. And eventually the dude that was behind me did get done, and so me and him pushed it together, and he told me his name was Craig. So if Craig ever sees this, thank you for your assistance in what you have done. It will be always greatly appreciated. But um, whenever I set it down, they checked it out and they realized that one of the bolts on the car was like loose. Like it was that bad. Like apparently the person who had my car last, like they somehow broke that off. So then we had to go through. It was a whole long day. It literally all started at 2 o'clock. I didn't get home until 7 o'clock, and I was just like, dang, bro. The main longest part was them trying to fix my car to like see what was the parts and stuff. I think my dad eventually got some of the parts the other day, so we should be good on that battery front. Even the people at O'Reilly's was like, bro, I'm surprised whoever had it last literally somehow broke that off. I know the person who has it last because when they gave us ownership, we actually got to see the pictures. I said, yeah, that definitely checked out once I saw the picture who it was. But point case in being, I mainly thought to myself, dang, man, bro, I'm sitting here like, bro, my thing's broken down. All I need is one of y'all to literally just push it straight, right, and then right, and that's all we need. And it'll probably take no longer than like 3 minutes. I'm like, cause a little bit in my head, was I spiteful? Kinda. Like mostly not really, cause I was thinking to myself like, man, these are some unhelpful people, bro. Like most of them would just mainly give a wave or something, or some old handicapped dude. I don't even know what he had shouted, but he said something. I'm assuming like turn your hazard lights on or something. And then he immediately just went to McDonald's and then like watched me. I was like, okay. But I mainly thought to myself, dang man, like that was just terrible. Like yeesh, right? But then mostly I thought to myself after that, like in my head, I told myself, because my papa was mainly telling me don't sweat it, because I was like, I kind of wish I did get some help, but most people just mainly passed me by. I don't know what I did to gently upset them or anything, but he said don't really sweat it. And then I got taught a lesson somewhat, because while I was standing out there, whenever I finally got the help and stuff, it's like some Emperor's New Groove. No, no references. Okay, look, I learned that I was like, dang, man, why aren't these, like, bro, I'm literally broken down. Why aren't these people kind of like maybe somewhat helping? And I told Fed leftovers, I was thinking to myself, like, I told him, I was like, well, to be fair, if I saw a person broken down, would I genuinely help them out? No. And that's when I was like, yeah, okay. Checkmate, God. Checkmate. Because I was like, dang. Yeah, I would not help them out either. Obviously, I would have wished for the best. I'm not going to sit here and be like, look at this guy. Look at this bozo singing. No, I'd be like, oh, okay, I wish for the best. But yeah, it did give me basically a humbling session on, yeah, maybe you should be a little bit more courteous on the people who are on the side. And that'd be it. I was like, dang. You know what? You're right. So with a lesson being learned, how about let's take this learning lesson into some Fire Emblem in the path of Radiance. Right? Yeesh. But we made it safe and sound. All in all, a good day. I wasn't mad. The only thing I'd be mad at was the stinking grass. Like, bro, CVS, cut your grass. Like, bro, it was itchy. Also, my legs were dead, bro. It was like I stood in a church choir for 3 hours. Like a 3 o'clock service. Sheesh. Because you probably think, well, you should. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, like, it happened. You know, a goof up's a goof up. You know, the child with the water, when he spilled the water, and then the dad was like, ah. And then, he cleaned it up and they just laughed it off. Because, mistakes happen. And an oopsie happened, but. Jrpg says 99.9. But it never talks about that 0.001. Or I think it's just 0.01. But now that I think about it, if it's 99.9% of germs, wouldn't if you just squirt it twice, just do, like, at least a number that definitely gets it off? It's like some, Warframe type of mess. Now that's a good reference right there. Okay. Having narrowly escaped Daedin's grasp, the Grail mercenaries are pleased to feel the ocean beneath their feet as they set sail. According to Captain Asir, the voyage to Begnion. I remember this A don't date. It may have been a week. I may have been in my room literally editing it like a madman. But let me change my camera's angle's perspective. I'm gonna be honest, I keep not forgetting to change the camera's perspective. But I look over here and I'm just like, dang, this is kind of messing my neck. Now I remember why I changed it. So, this dude, Captain Asir, it's crazy because they would have really burned this dude's boat down. They would have gently burned it to the ground. Anyway, they said the voyage to Begnion would take 2 months. So we're going from like, what? Galeo, not Daedin, and not Crimea, so I think it's Galeo. No, it's Crimea. We gotta go all the way around for like 2 months, and then we make it in. Blessed with temperate weather, the ship's journey southward is smooth and steady. As it passes the midpoint of its trip, the ship sets a course along the coastline and begins to head east. Oh, east? Like you said, west. These seas belong to, I'm not even gonna try, the kingdom of the bird people. But I'm assuming you talked about the phoenixes. So, I'm guessing with this that we're going to have to be facing against some beast animals. Both nations prey on human vessels for supply and wealth. And the flying corsairs are feared across the seas. Yep, okay. Additionally, the southern portion of the continent contains the realm of the dragon tribe, the monarchy of Goldoa. I was like, where? Hello? Like, where are you gonna point it at? This country's been remained isolated since its founding centuries past, preserving its closed culture behind a veil of mystery. It is these lagoons-controlled waters that Ike and the company must now cross. So now we gotta actually fight some people for 2 months? Chapter 12, A Strange Lair. I ain't tired. That ain't some food. I mainly tell you this. Out of all the games I'm mainly singing in this franchise, this game has to be, by far, the most stingiest in terms of giving you items through a shop. Like, bro, I literally have to sit here and hope for the best that eventually I can go to a shop merchant and then finally get something. Like, I've been sitting here playing 12 chapters. There's like, what they said, what, 36? There's not 36, there's 36 chapters. I'm quitting. Alright. But, they said there's a lot of chapters, right? And so, like, a lot of these battles are extremely tough. Don't get me wrong. A lot of these battles are extremely long. They're extremely tough. I don't know how this story will wrap up. I'm assuming that, well, Ike becomes the best he can be to find his destiny. There's literally no other way. I kind of got spoiled semi-what on this game, like on Fire Emblem Heroes, because I clicked on Ike and he was like, after my dad died, and I was like, okay, bro, you could have at least warned me, like, spoiler warning ahead. Like, jeez. They immediately hit me with that. So, Ike is like blank, and then Mist is like Ike, and then Ike is like blank, and then she's like, what's bothering you? You've been moping around since we came aboard. And he's like, I'm just a little seasick. Bruh, it's the ocean, dog. Now I understand people actually genuinely are seasick, and I'm not going to make fun of people who are genuinely seasick, right? But I love the ocean. To be fair, I can understand, like, you know, rock and rides, nausea and stuff like that. That's extremely, that makes a lot of sense. But, like, when we went on a boat, right, like on a cruise, I think, like, a few, like, in October, right? I thought the waters were good until, like, the last night. The last, like, night, I genuinely felt the shift and stuff. That's when I was actually kind of getting, like, a little bit sick. Maybe not sick, but at least a lot of motion sickness. Because me being on the ocean, it wasn't that bad, right? Like on the boat, I love boats. I love riding on the waves, or like feeling the bumps and stuff like that. I think that's pretty cool. You know, you know, I love that. What I don't like is a whole big cruise ship rocking around like that, bro. If you check the meter, it was like 40 miles an hour. I think it was insane. So Miss is like, seasick. Oh, you're a bad liar. You never even get regular sick. You're not the type to get seasick. And he's like, really, it's nothing though. She's like, tell me something. You've been doing so much lately. I just want I just want the chance to help you for a change. Emphasis on you. He's like, alright, I'll tell you something bothering me. It's that incident back in Toha. She's like, okay. He's like, when everyone discovered Ranulf was a Lagoose, they changed. All those people, they just started beating them. Until up until that incident, they seemed like such kind and decent people. I just had no idea the Bjork prejudice against the Lagoos was so strong. Why do they hate them? How are we so different? I have to say, at first I was scared too. When I saw they could change, they can do things that we Barrack can't do. They're not like us. So, okay. So I guess, wait, what? But aren't we humans though? Like, we're regular people. I mean, isn't like the humans the race? So many questions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when Link, I guess you could say he's like an elf or something. And then, I guess their nationality is Hylians, because they live in Hylia. I don't know. Miss, you can't honestly feel. She's like, it's different now. Everyone's so nice. But, you know, that's because of all the time we spent together. I've seen how they are. I've gotten to know them. That's why I've changed. I'm not scared or nervous around them. But other people don't get that chance. I think that's why they're frightened. Maybe you're right. Maybe people like me are the odd ones. The people who accept others as they are. Alright, I wish more people were like that. I mean, no one really wants to fight, do they? Doesn't everyone want peace? You'd actually be surprised. I guess it's hard. I guess it's just hard to put all those fears behind us. He's like, you're right. It is very hard. Nasir! What's the big idea? Eavesdropping on us like that. He's like, how do you find sailing? Have you gotten sick at all? And the knight's like, we aight. I got a question though. Why are you here? And why do you associate with those people that you call Lagoos? He didn't say that last part. And then Asir was like, because of the obvious financial benefits. Wow, this dude really has a fixed market. A fixed market on this stuff, bro. That's insane. You know what they need to do? They need to bring Ling back. I would definitely play the Fire Emblem GBA on my PC. The only problem though is Ling's kind of cracked somewhat, but I never really fully played Fire Emblem GBA. Nor have I really fully played Sacred Stones. You know what chapter I stopped on? I stopped on, for the Sacred Stones, I stopped on Erica's, I think it was like the choice where you could be Ephraim or Erica. Because you can actually choose which pass that you want to go to. But I mainly want to choose Erica first, because I actually like Erica a lot. Right. But also, I stopped when you recruit Joshua. Because most of the times in these games, I like to try to recruit as many people as I can. Because I like to have everybody to see what kind of dialogues would pop up. But most of the times it doesn't even matter because most of the people just kind of exist. Like, Ileana has not said a single word to Ike that has benefited anything in any of these conversations whatsoever. You know what I mean? And so she's like, you're not a Lagoose. I don't see no tails. And he's like, because he's chosen to live among the Bjork. I've taken certain steps to make sure I'm not recognized. I had to change my attire, my feeding habits. I've done many things. Why would you do that though? And he's like, Lagoos cannot survive in isolation, nor can the Bjork. If both races are to thrive, they must learn to coexist. I spent many years searching for a way to make this happen. You think that Lagoos and Bjork can live together? After everything you must have seen? I'm impressed. Like, you will never truly understand a matter unless you look at it from each party's perspective. As you say, the Lagoos indeed now are persecuted by the Bjork, but long ago, those roles were reversed. And I said, dang, whatever happened does not justify what we do to the Lagoos now. That is the thinking of an honest man, keeping things simple and pure. I like that. Still, I don't know what I just said because I clicked too fast, and I should have definitely slowed down my A trigger, but I never know how fast the texts go because they choose their speed at whatever they feel like. Alright, so Ike's like, whatever happened, and then Nasir gives us with this, wait, yeah, oh, still, the strength of your conviction comes from your youth and your innocence. Trust me, it will be tested. When your journey is over, how will you be changed? I pray your conviction is not lost to despair. Dang. Talking to you is hard work. What? What are you talking about? Bro kind of gave, the strength of your conviction comes from your youth and your innocence. Trust me, it will be tested. When your journey is over, how will you change? I pray your conviction is not lost to despair. And he's like, yeah, Pacino. I'm like, dang, man. Bro was just literally giving you a simple thing saying, like, will your opinion change on the Lagoons, man? He didn't ask you some, like, autobiography or something about it, jeez. He's like, someday you'll understand. But for now, my role is simply to deliver you safely to Begnion. And my control almost fell out of my hands. I'm trying to make this thing where I don't drop a controller. Renolf has paid me quite handsomely with the money from the King of Galea himself, and I will not let him down. Well, Ike's like, well, we're out of our element at sea, so we all have to depend. You're all we have to depend on. Thanks for the help, though. And Asir's like, alright, I'll do what I can. So then Soren's like, here's a summary of our last battle. And you see that? You see the people who have fallen? Nobody. Because no one's falling. No one's going to fall. The MVP is obviously Titania. And then the new ally is Zhark. Zhark was going kind of crazy. Zhark the Shark, man. This dude, he's a genuinely good guy. Alright? And Titania's MVP is obvious. But what dictates MVP? Because I'm going to be honest, like, Zhark kind of did some good damage. Mist did some pretty good heals. Even the, what was her name? Like, Marcia or something? She was doing pretty good. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. So, yeah. Best viewers on streamboo.com. Remove the space. Hey, thanks for the information. I don't know what streamboo is. But you know what ghosts say? Boo! That's all I got. But, yeah, let's go ahead and continue on with it. So he's like, there were no casualties, and no one suffered permanent injury. We fought excellently. That's all I had to report, if you'll excuse me. I'm like, alright, I think we're doing pretty good for ourselves. See, they let us get to choose our outfits, and they let us get to choose, you know, see our supports and see other things like that. But I'm really genuinely confused as to why the game gave us, like, they were like, yo, here's a shop. And I'm like, oh, there's a shop. And they're like, okay, you go into shop. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go into shop. And then guess what? No shop. Like, dude, what? Why give me a shop if you're not even going to let me be able to use it for the rest of the occurring chapters? Like, it doesn't make any sense on that front. It's genuinely kind of dumb. Like, yeesh. But let's get into the roleplay. The roles, shall we? So, we have on our outfits just a simple update for everybody, my people in the back. So now we have what's it called? We have Ike, right? Excuse me. We have Ike, and currently Ike is looking pretty good. You see that arrow that's currently going up next to his HP and level and all that shadoobie? Well, by having that, that means his biorhythm's doing pretty good for himself. And if the arrow's high, that means he'll perform way better that day. But if it's down on the arrow going downwards, that means he's going to be doing terrible that day. Now, one of the main things I would say is Ike is pretty fast. Standard-wise, Ike is pretty fast. He may not have much resistance. He has like 0 to no magic. But I'd say in terms of everything, he's doing pretty good for himself. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go to Convoy. Okay, it did get sent over here, just making sure. But Ike's are indeed, I'd say, semi-final resort. If he loses, it's game over. So we don't want that. Then we have Mia. Mia's main thing that she has is Vantage, which lets her attack first in all fights. Currently, she's looking pretty good. Now, her problem, though, is that, unlike Ike, she doesn't hit as hard. However, she's got a lot of skill, right? So, I would say in terms of, like, winning most fights and stuff, she can actually probably, you know, hold a little bit of her own. It's just a shame, though, really, because when you look at Ike's stats, you look at her stats, it's night and day. Granted, someone's screaming through their monitor right now telling me, he's level 14 and she's level 20. Level 7. I'm like, yeah, that's true. But still. I think ever since, like, even Awakening, I think the max level's always been 20. I never knew why. Always been 20. Anyway, but yeah, she's level 7, so I can only imagine what would happen if she was actually, like, in there a bit more. The problem is, once you kind of got your set team, it's kind of hard to really move units. Essentially, moving her and giving her basically screen time. She's the equivalent of 10-10, but she's actually pretty good in her own right. Marcia is taking a massive nosedive today, right? Yes, she may be a Pegasus Knight, but she's a Pegasus Knight done right. I would say the only person to ever let me say that, like, well enough, like, in retrospect, is Sumiya. Those are the only 2 people I probably ever said that they are Pegasus Knights done right. That's the only, like, 2 people I could ever think of off the top of my head. Even Vanessa, it depends for Vanessa. I'm referring to Sacred Stones. Vanessa's alright, but, like, it strongly depends. Like, if she's got motion, she can do it. But if she doesn't have motion, she's basically a sitting duck. She's the equivalent of a tortoise being thrown into water. For my people in the back, tortoises cannot swim, so they literally would drown. They literally could not move and they would drown. It's a very sad, fateful death. That's a good question, followed up with an even better answer. I'm gonna do a trade. I'm gonna trade it with... There she is. I'm gonna give it to her. Interesting. Wait a minute. Now this puts things in a better perspective. Hold on. I saw about these master seals. So the master seals in this game is not used by, I guess, like, it's used whenever you're level like 10 and whatnot. That makes a lot of sense. So Ike should be able to use the sneaking master seal since he's like level bajillion. So what about like, what about Titania? Can Titania use the master seal? No. She can use the Draco shield though. And she goes to being 17. So I guess for the time being, we'll just put all the master seals and stuff away, because, I mean, what's even the point of having a master seal? You can't even use the master seal, you know what I mean? It's like being able to level up your Pokemon, except you need like I don't know, a Thunderstone or something. But you have the Thunderstone, but the Pokemon's not ready to level up. It's like, you know, it's just weird. It's like, why even have the Thunderstone in the first place if I can't even level up my Pikachu to a Raichu? The even better version of Pikachu. Granted, I think, I could be wrong, but I think, doesn't Raichu have a, isn't Raichu also a Fairy type? Or he just only knows Fairy type moves? I could be wrong about that. I do plan on playing more Pokemon MMO though. I think the game is, it's a good concept, but it's drug on by people who don't really even speak the language, so it's kind of like annoying to really talk to people. So yeah, Marcia is a Pegasus Knight in her right, back to what I was saying. However, her biorhythm is like down the doo-doo drain. However, she's quite nimble for what she's got. If we can work with her a little bit more, and she's got a biorhythm up, I can guarantee you that she will actually be a unit to be forced and reckoned with. Miss, she's good. She's honestly really sweet and nice. It's great that she's able to, you know, give us heals in a very timely manner. Don't need to make sure to get her, you know, another staff, because I kind of ran her through a wazoo a few chapters back, trying to level her up into at least a level 4. Soren, my man. The tactician, the keeping it straight specialist, Yuri Lothenwall's doppelganger. I'll be honest, Soren's kind of mid. Like, I mean, he's fine, but like, he doesn't really have any too more uses. Like, yeah, his books, yeah, they're effective against like beasts, and then like, I don't know, mages, and then like people on horses or something like that. They all have like a purpose for like a certain beast in mind, or a certain type of mounted unit, or anything that's not an infantry unit. Basically someone who runs, right? Or just on foot. Just a regular soldier, he's into them, right? But in terms of facing like anybody else who's not a soldier, he on the good. Then we have Titania. Do I need to even explain anything more? Bro, she desecrates in speed, her defense is top notch, her strength, bro, there's nothing even to talk about the strength because she's there. And then to make matters best, she's got a skill level 21, and to make matters even more best, her axe wielding skills is literally S rank, and she has counter, so meaning in certain instances, it'll cause the enemy to receive half of the damage if it deals to this unit. So if they deal damage to her, she can inflict more damage, you know, to them. The same back, basically the clap back, you know, the run my fade, spin the block type thing. Overall, she's a pretty solid unit. She's got massive defense and is good overall. Her only problem though is, again, her level gains. Because she's so good, the game had to keep a balance between, you know, making her literally dominate the competition, and also at the same time keeping a decent level pool. So the main thing with her is that she's basically like the tank. You really can cheese quite a few boss fights with her, because you can just kind of, if she even gets in the vicinity of a boss, that's it. Bro, You mean to tell you to put in perspective on how strong she is? The Black Knight, the strongest dude I'm assuming in the game. Bro shot her with like 2 bolts of electricity, and she tanked it. She tanked one of them, and she went from like what level, like 40 HP to like 20 or 15. That's still a massive feat. That just goes to show that like that dude was a chump. So yeah, enough glazing. I say glazing, but enough underrating her. Then we got Boyd. Boyd's pretty okay, but see, he got double biorhythm effect. So like, if he's supposed to be on the good, he's gonna go on the great, right? And Boyd actually, he's basically like the intern, right? I may give Boyd some flack. I may give Boyd a hard time, but he's a good dude. He's a good guy. He's basically like the Yamcha of the group. But like, if he could do good. And then Lethe. Lethe is not like humans, because she's also a Lagoose, right? Part of the Beast tribe. But she's pretty strong. Like, I'd say for her own right, for being level 4, she's immensely strong. Off rip, I'd say she's good in terms of like immediately pouncing. Like, if you want somebody to do an immediate front rush, always count on Lethe, right? I think she's starting to warm up to us, which I like that. Her attribute still always confuses me to this day, because I don't know, I thought heaven and light affinities were both the same thing, but I guess not. I thought they both had to deal with holiness. But yeah, overall she's pretty good, right? Like, really good. I'm not just saying that just to be a throwaway line. I mean, like, she literally dodges and jumps and hits and attacks. But be careful about people who have Lagoose Slayers. Those things are scary. I don't want to see what happens when we get hit. Then we got Oscar, a guy that you normally could go with T with. Like, look at this guy. Look how happy he is, man. He's so inspirational. Now, be careful about throwing Oscar at people who have axes, because he will not really, he can tank them, but he won't tank them like Titania. Oscar will literally almost die, and that's not what you want, right? You want him to live. Call him Nico Robin, right? So, his main thing is, you know, basically the poke, dodge, the poke, the dodge, the poke, the dodge, the poke. That's mainly what he does, and he's honestly really good at what he does. So there's pretty much nothing really much to really say on Oscar. Just a good guy all around who solidifies his job. In terms of holding positions, he can dodge fairly eloquently. Mordecai, my man. This guy, in terms of getting up, his main problem is that this dude is more for the late game, right? Now you'll notice down here on the transformation gauge, right? To give you a little bit of information on the Lagoos and how they do for the beast people. When the gauge is full, the unit can transform. When it's empty, they'll return to their human form. Now the reason why I talk about why people, you know, jump up and gauge and jump down and gauge is because when you're a Lagoos, despite you having literal claws in your hands as you're a human or whatever, they don't have any weapons, right? So like Mordecai, I guess, doesn't know how to use weapons, so he can't like throw hands. He can't like get a sword and start, you know, fighting. He can only use his claws. So when he turns into the beast people, he slaps. But since he's not beast people, he's just kind of literally a walking human. Now, Mordecai's got good defense. Like, I'm pretty sure if you look at his defense, it rivals nearly Titania's, which makes him a pretty tanky adversary. She's like 17 now, he's like 14. So him and his base, he's pretty good. But there's only so much that, like, you gotta at least have I would say, definitely have a healer on standby on the side, but he can easily hold his own, especially if he's on his good day. Then when he turns to his beast form, call him Damian Lillard, because it's Dame time. That dude goes off so bad, it's genuinely insane. This dude will slash, hash, and dash, alright? Lethe's for early game, to, you know, get the people out of the way a little bit early, and then when she turns normal, just kind of put her on the back front, and then push Mordecai in there, it's over. Now, if both of them were in there, it'd be barbecue chicken. Reese, my man. This dude is an immediate good healer. Halves biorhythm effects and reduces any lethal blow to half damage, meaning he won't get like immediately smited. He'll be good. Depending on whatever the damage is. And honestly, as a priest, This dude is actually pretty good. I like so myself. They got a few more people. Oh my goodness, you have a lot of people. Zhark. He did a pretty good crit earlier. This is a new member that we have. He's a Myrmidon. He's basically an excelled sword wielder. Got this skill called Adept. In certain conditions, he'll grant the unit 2 consecutive attacks. So this dude is supposed to guarantee to do a slash. He could do another slash, which is like a 4-hit. He could do a 4-peat, which is generally disgusting. Then we have Nephani. And Nephani is actually pretty good to me, because she's actually, no, like, real talk, she's actually pretty good. She actually held her own against, like, a few sword people. She surprisingly got some good oomph on her, good defense. I think if worked with a little bit more, she can do good. See, increases critical hit percentage at whatever unit's HP is at half or less. All the more interesting. Then we got Chiron. Chiron has a gamble, which halves the unit's chance to hit, but doubles its chance to land a crit. That makes a lot of sense. So, gamble is basically one big poker deck, all-in chips to make one big crit. That made a lot more sense. I remember trying using gamble thinking, bro, why does this dude eat buns when it doesn't actually go his way? Now currently his biorhythm is out of rhythm, man. That thing is bad. But I would say this dude was pretty good when he first showed his stride. Definitely need to make sure to get him another axe. If the game actually wants to give me a stinking store to work with. Like, or. Then we have Braum. This was the guy I was talking about earlier that could not take a single hit. Okay, let's talk about some good. I mean, he's got armor. He's alright. Let's talk about the bad. You're telling me this dude's thinking has 13 defense, literally, again, rivals like Mordecai, and this dude cannot tank a single hit? Like, get this man out of here. Now, Volk. This dude's a kind of a cunning thief, but for story-wise, I kind of wanted to hold on to him for a little bit more. I need to make sure to take out that frag. His citizenship is Shade. So, most of the enemies will, like, attack the other units, which is kind of, like, messed up a little bit. But so far, this dude was kind of mid. Like, I mean, he could kind of dodge, but he wasn't kind of, like, going crazy. Rolf. Rolf's a pretty good archer. Despite him being a literal child and having a specific bow catered towards him, he's immensely good. If worked with, I can guarantee to say that he will be a really good archer in the future. Ilyana. I mean, she aight. Like, I mean, like, yeah, she got, like, L Thunder, but, like, that's pretty much it. Also, what's up with these people having Shade? And she kind of looks a little scary. She looks sad all the time. And then back to Ike. Now with that being said, that we got the character introduction out of the way, now we actually gotta, like, tend to these people's thinking stuff. One of the main things I kind of don't like doing in this is a lot of micromanagement. I was gonna say probably is like one of the only few problems I would say about with the Fire Emblem series is it's a lot of micromanaging. A lot of gotta give this person, gotta take this thing, gotta grab that thing, gotta put this thing on that person, gotta make sure to grab that thing on that person, put that thing on that other person. Because if I don't, then that thing for that other person, for that thing for that other person will basically make them dead. And I'm like, ah, man, that's a lot. Oh, shucks. If only I knew the thing that I had to put on the thing for the guy and the thing of the thing of the guy for the thing. Then I could, hopefully have had that. So, burner, I'm just gonna go back to the sword. Again, I'm trying to, like, I'm having a, you gotta call me Ice Cube in here, like the movie. Cause, like, but we are rationing hard to make amends. So Titania's good. Sword needs some work. I need to find, where's his face? Reese! And see, we don't even have, what's it called? No, I need to take those. So ward, I need that. Mend. Get that, and then I'll take mend. I'll take mend, but I'll give, what's her face? I'll give Mist the heal staff. See, when you see give and take, it sometimes throws me off a little bit. And thankfully, Oscar has his staffs and spears, and Void has his stuff. Reese has his stuff, Zionik has his stuff. This dude's got, like, way too many things. I thought you were promising. Run that steel lance for me, little bro. You know, credit where credit is due. This game, like, golly, there's so many people with lance skills. It's genuinely insane. Like, I look at the people with swords, I'm like, man, these people barely have swords. But there's more of, like, people with lances than anything. Don't believe me? Marcia, lance, Titania. Can use lance, but lance. Let's just say for lance. Nah, we're not gonna go that far. So like, Marcia, she uses a lance. What's his face? Oscar uses a lance. No, Braum uses a lance. Nephany uses a lance. Dang, I think in my head, I thought I actually expected a lot more people to have lances. But the point still stands. That's like 4 people with lances, right? Let me say swords people. Ike is a sword. Mia is a sword. Jrpg, he's a sword. And that's pretty much it. I think we only have like 1 archer, and then like 2 mages. Like book-wise, and then 2 healers, 2 Lagoozes, and then like 1 thief. I guess you could call that a swordsman, but it's a dagger. Like, you know what I mean? Let's talk to the boy. I grabbed the child. He's like, what's going on, man? Sote, no more running from you. Nasir, who is this? A stowaway. I gather he aboard the ship at Toa. And he's like, what are you doing? Why did you sneak aboard the ship? And he's like, and then Ike's like, you want to talk? Aight. And then someone's like, ah! And then Nasir's like, alright, chill out. And Ike's like, nah, I'm gonna be wasting my time playing games with this urchin. I'm like, dang, like, bro is kind of confusing. I don't think the voice, like, having no dialogue for these characters does kind of make it a little weird, because, like, I don't know, I could handle, like, what, a few beast people, call them a day, right, do whatever. A little boy becomes a stowaway? Nah, talking about, I don't waste my time playing games with these urchin, like, jeez. Like, you want me to let go? Open your mouth and start talking. And he's like, aight. Yeesh, thought you were gonna break my face. And he's like, well, what's your name? What you doing? And he's like, I'm Sote. I'm a thief, but I didn't come on board to steal anything from here. He's like, stop looking at me like that. Make me uncomfortable. And then Nasir's like, it's not just you. He just looks like that. Don't mind him, just keep talking. Keep yapping. And then Sote is like, I'm looking for somebody. I heard this ship was sailing for, Begnion. So I decided to climb aboard. And then Nasir's like, the person you're after is in Begnion? And he's like, I'm not too sure. Trail went cold in the Toha. I couldn't think of anywhere else to go from there. And then Ike's like, is it family? And then he's like, what you talking about, bro? And then Ike's like, the person you're looking for, is it wherever I just said, because I kind of forgot? And then the dude's like, yeah, I mean, we ain't blood related, but we're definitely family. And then Ike's like, And then it puts me in a big question that immediately highlights the answer that I'm definitely going to select. Let's do it. And then I'm like, alright, Nasir, my mercenary company will look after this boy. He won't be a burden to you or your crew. And Nasir's like, if that's what you want me to do, it's alright with me. And then so they're like, you're sure? I'm like, well, you're going to be put to work. I hope you're prepared though. And then so there's like, alright, no problem. I'll do whatever you need. And now we gotta speak to Volk. So I'm like, Volk, where you at? And he's like, I'm right here, man. Just trying to keep on the down low, trying to be a chill guy. And then I'm like, where you been? You disappeared the moment we got on the ship. And he's like, don't worry about it, man. I'll be there when you need me. A wink, wink. And then Ike's like, it's not me, it's my sister. You've never once showed up for a meal, and she thinks you're dying of hunger. And he's like, did we eat together while we were on land? Like, why does she care so bad? And he's like, alright, listen. Land, big, ship, small. It's not the same thing. Wait. Land, big. Oh, bro, dude, that was not clicking in my head. I didn't see the periods. Shut up. Golly, always got something to say. So I'm like, alright, listen. Land, big. Ship, small. It's not the same thing. I don't want to miss roaming the ship with a plate of food anymore. So please, eat one meal a day with us. 100 gold. I hate this guy. I knew we should have left this behind. Back where we found him. I should have just said, nah, that's it, and that's it, bro. I said, you know what? Friends or something. I wanted more story content. And more than likely, they definitely would have forced him onto me. But still, like, bro. Hey, man. Could you please just eat with us? You know, so that way you're nurtured and fed well? That's a bit interesting. But a price. 100 gold. Like, dude, I definitely need some water after that. But like, it doesn't make any sense. He's like, you're really gonna charge me to make you eat, and that's more than you charge to pick a lock. Why? And then Volk's like, I don't like large groups. I'm extremely claustrophobic. I'm like, bruh, you are literally under a oh my goodness. Dude, get perspective. You are on a boat. You're literally sailing with the Grill mercenaries. You have Titania, Oscar, Boyd. You got Stinking Rolf. You have Mist. You have Ike. The main, you know, the prepare yourself. You have them on your boat. And you're like, I don't like this. You don't have to eat with them. Well, I mean, actually, that's kind of the whole point, that he does have to eat with them. Bye. Call me if you decide it's worth it. Maybe I should look. Maybe I should just tell Misty's dead. That's crazy work. Zark, do you have a minute? And Zark's like, of course, Commander Ike. You and I have a talk. You and I hadn't very many opportunities to talk, and you don't think you can trust me? Bro, we just got on the boat. I just knew who you were. We've been on here for like, what, 2 months? 2 months essentially, we're still on boat. Maybe I think we're like 1 month done, so I guess it makes sense. He's like, no, that's not it. I'm just curious. I was surprised to see anyone at Toa who would choose to fight on the side of the Lagoos. I joined the Toa Vigilante solely for the purpose of saving Lagoos. I'm not from Crimea, but when I heard she had joined with Galea, I envisioned my perfect world. Alright, Cusco, one in which the Lagoos could live normal lives, free of oppression. However, when I came to Crimea, I found things were no different there than any other buried nation. And Ike's like, it was the same for me. I couldn't allow myself to ignore these problems any longer. And then Zark's like, I'm glad to hear it. Of all the Barrack I ever met, you're the only one who shares my conviction. And then Ike's like, Let's see, Heart. Is there some other reason you defend the Lagoos? And the Ark's like, I'm not sure what you're talking about. And then Ike's like, you see, I was born in Galea, or so I've been told. I just wondered if you had a similar reasoning, you know, guiding you. And the Ark's like, obviously, would you be upset if I didn't want to discuss them though? And then the Ark's like, my reasons are extremely personal. It's probably something like I have a child who's like a Lagoos, or I have a wife who's a Lagoos, or one of my family members is a Lagoos. It's like, nah, it's not a problem. I just wanted a better understanding of what kind of man you are, and I have that now. The craziest twist would be is that if he was a Lagoos himself. But he's actually Bjork or whatever. So, yeah. Can I ask what that is? You're a good man. I'm glad to have you along. He's like, I'm glad to be here. I feel like I'm finally able to do the kind of good I've longed to do for years. And that's them. So now I've actually, kind of apologized for saying this earlier, that most of these characters I've recruited basically got like sidelines, essentially. And they kind of did. But I mean, I think the supports do support most of them. Like, Ileana doesn't have stuff with Mia, and has stuff with Mordecai, and Gatri. Like, need a head scratcher. So I want to see this one. She's like, ooh. And I was like, you don't look so well, you alright? And she's like, I'm seasick. When I was traveling with the merchants, we sometimes used ships. Every time was the same ship. I'm sorry. And he's like, did you travel with Mustin and the others for a long time? And she's like, about 4 years, all told. I had just left home, you see. I was all alone, and I couldn't find work. In my hometown, I had some people I couldn't depend on. But once I left, everything changed. If Musnon's group hadn't found me by the side of the road, I'd probably be dead now. You seem to have led quite an adventurous life. It's a bit surprising. I get that a lot. What was the adventure though? Dang, that's kind of crazy. 4 years having to work off like that? I get that a lot. I find it hard to imagine that you couldn't find work though. Your magic skills are amazing. And she's like, aren't they though? I'm always happy when people notice. Ooh, wow, I feel so much better now. I'm actually starting to get hungry. And he's like, I'm glad to hear it. Just stay above deck. And when you start to feel sick, look off at the horizon, alright? How does bro do it? Anyway, we got another support up with Titania and Reese. I don't know how. I think we just kind of get these randomly. So Reese is like training again. And then she's like, yep, I get antsy if I don't train every day. Whew. And then Reese is like, you mind if I join you for a little bit? And she's like, wait, what? You want to train? Really? Well, no. Of course I don't mind. Why though? And then Reese is like, I was hoping to find some way to defend myself. I hate being a burden on everybody. And he's like, Reese, you're a healer, not a fighter. That's not your fault. And then Titania's like, I don't think you would know which end of a sword to stick in someone. Maybe. Oh no, maybe. He's like, yes, Titania. And she's like, I just wonder if you'd be happier. I just wonder if you'd be happier had you not rescued me. Perhaps living in peace with your parents is more your style. Oh, I don't know. That life wasn't easy. I have a small, frail body, and there were few jobs for me in our village. My parents were always worried about me. I was sick all the time and constantly getting bumps and scrapes. They only agreed to let me follow you because you were a strong mercenary group. They figured I'd be safe. There must be safer jobs out there. You could be a fisherman or a botanist. Do you like plants? And he's like, oh, that would bore me more tears. That would bore me to tears. Titania, I love this job. I don't want to quit. And I accidentally skipped like a doofus. I'm pretty sure it was going to end right there. What's the point of having a Z button game if I'm not going to be able to do it when I accidentally skip some, bro? I clicked B accidentally. And the game was like, oh, so you're done with the game. I'm like, no, I'm not done with the game. But we spent 49 minutes on nothing. Alright, let's leave base. Let's see here. What is it? Like nothing we can do anything about it at any rate. We're being followed by some pirates, some bandits. And I's like, I don't see any ships though. And then the Seer's like, not by sea. Excuse me, by the air. Look up. Are those birds? They are. They gotta be huge. And then Titania's like, those are lagoons, Ike. And this is a great time to scroll up a little bit. Oh. He said, I want to quit. I was a sickly child, and I didn't get out much. I used to sit inside and listen to the other children play. In those years, my uncle took me under his wing. He was a mercenary too. He spent unbelievable yarns about his travels and battles. It inspired me. And Tony's like, I had no idea. He's like, kind of funny, you know. I shouldn't say this, but sometimes when we fight one long battle after another, it makes me happy. I feel like I belong. And Tony's like, you're a big part of our company, Reese. I'm so glad to hear you say so. And that's pretty much the end of the conversation. And then Sorens are like, ravens from Kilvus. Their black wings are an ill omen for all those to see. And then I was like, Titania, Soren, you've noticed them coming as well. And Titania's like, yeah, we've seen them while we were discussing our plans from the aft decks. Not sure why we didn't immediately tell you, our leader, that there are birds going to be flying over us and probably more than likely attacking us. And we should definitely at least go with some kind of plan. And Ike's like, well, I heard stories, but they're really flying. Wow. And the Seer's like, we're still out of their range, but airborne foes can be especially troublesome. I prefer to avoid them altogether. Let's see if we can outrun them. And more likely we won't outrun them. From what I've been told, the flying corsairs of the Kilvus and Phoenices are far more cool than any beast lagoons. It's like, winged pirates. How am I supposed to fight against that? What was that? And Titania's like, I feel like we hit something. And then Seer's like, man, we run aground. We just been caught on a reef or something. Move it, lads. Get the ship free. And so I was like, Ike, the crows are coming. And then Ike's like, pull everyone together. It looks like we're in for a fight. So we got beached. How did we get beached on this? Yeah, we should have definitely have gotten beached for that. If we had like cuffed it in more in the middle, yeah, we would have been good. But why on earth would we beach ourselves so close to rocks? You never look, bro. I'm no boat enthusiast, but like I've seen the I forgot what the boat was called, but basically that boat, right? The one that was like just as bad as the Titanic. Why are you so close to the shoreline, bro? It doesn't make any sense. We're going on rudder instructions. And then the Seeker's like, predictable humans snowed right into our trap without fail. Bro, this isn't your trap, this is just nature and geography. We doofusly went through some rocks. We could have easily just went around the rocks. We could have just made a hard left. Boom, good, we were going that way. We didn't. We doofusly tried to go through. And the soldier's like, let's finish them quickly. It won't be long before the Phoenix or the Golden People and all that stuff come over and fight us. And then Knight's like, Soren, we're kind of in some deep stuff right now. You got like anything to help us? And then Soren's like, well, I've done some research in the past. All the members of the bird tribe are vulnerable to wind magic. I think it's safe to assume that they are also susceptible to arrows as any other flyer. And I say, so wind magic and bows. Everyone gather your weapons, prepare to meet me at the end of the deck. I want a small group to remain below the decks to protect the princess and the crew. They never face an enemy like this. I want everyone to stay together. Let's get it. Aight. Let's see. Okay. The only problem is, Soren's basically saying, this is my time to shine. The problem with Soren, though, is that Soren does not have the books for It's My Time to Shine. Like, see, bro has literally no time to shine. I should have used the other books, but it's not like I would have known that 13 chapters later, that, hey, maybe this dude who's had all these magic books, and this one magic book, for literally half the game, maybe it's her fur, or maybe you should have saved it. I'm like, bro, I wouldn't have known that. I'm going in here blind. I don't know. Why would you do that to me? You mean? So we need Rolf, Ileana, and really anybody who can throw a spear. So we always gotta keep Ike. I think we'll remove Mist. Lethe will keep. I don't know. Cause I don't want too many like rando schmandos just boarding across and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't have any reason to be here, you don't have to be here. Is what I'm trying to get at. Like, for example, Lethe and Oscar. And Marcia especially. Definitely need Reese. I'm thinking Rolf and Ileana. If not, I'll make sure to save right here. Because I got a massive hunch. A massive fighting hunch. Now, how much room we got to move is the equivalent of this boat. Aight. The birds are going to be swarming in, going to be trying to attack us, right? That's what we're going to be doing. They got beak. Beak look kind of strong. Most of these birds are kind of on their bad day. 1 gold, man, that's lame. Wait, what's the conditions? Root? So basically just root enemy, just defeat all the enemies? Or are they saying to get all the way over here? That's the big bad. And all these other dudes are gonna be doing what they're doing. Okay. I'm trying to think of all the other, like, I'd say weak-ish people. lots of space too. I'm going the other side. I'm trying to see how well I want this. Boy's good. Kyron. D-upped. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to keep these people on defense. No! I undershot it. I had that immensely swiped around. That's not at all what I wanted. I was trying to get Reese in the middle. How did bro beat the paradiddle? The guy... Aw, man. This actually is not good. I got it. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's thunder. Use your thunder. You're on a... What? You can attack from a diagonal. You don't have to attack straight. The range is 1 and 2. It's not 1. It's 1 through 2. You can attack from here or here. You don't have to. What? I'm so genuinely distraught. Are they suggesting that being on the offside of a boat counts as against a space? I'm genuinely speechless. Well, no matter, we still need to put Reese inside that hole. Rats. Oof. I believe. I'm gonna use that book. I want to see how strong it does, or how good it does. Yeah, that book was going crazy, wasn't it? I think I almost killed it. Man. Oh, lame. I gotta restart. I'm so confused. So, only people with archery and stuff could hit him. That was extremely weird. Alright. They'll defend. Reese and Soren will need to be in the middle. I understand. Excuse me. Defended. Yeesh. Nice dodge. Oh, so now I can actually hack and slash all the guys. Man, they don't want to be great. Man, they really said, oh man, because I thought to myself, I'm like, man, I was sitting here like, man, the last time I played this game was, oh man, it made me so genuinely sick. But you know what? I think it's going to be a little bit easier. Man, I could just smell that somebody was probably sitting there like, this is going to think it's going to be easier. I'm going to fight these dumb birds. Was that double might against us, or was that against? Reese, the heel. I accidentally used mend. I know I did. Doable? It's doable. I'll just make Soren throw some random attack for really no reason. Beat the bird, get whatever random XP this is. And we're gonna need an immense of double time in terms of grabbing the kids. So Asa's gonna grab Rolf, and then I think, yeah, he can get. Can you get Nephany? Please get Nephany. Please get Nephany. Thank goodness. He got Nephany. We'll put him in the middle. And then I guess we'll have Oscar grab Rolf. Guard up. We're trying to guard up Reese. Drat. You can only use a hand axe. Wait, so if I like kind of distance myself though, and then try to throw it, now I can't throw it here. Right here, I can redo it there. What did I do right there? I have to forcefully attack him from this hand right here. Titania can't hit him, so yeah, we're going to put Titania like there. And then let's see, she can't throw a hand up. Well, why do they make that part so Boyd? Come on, Boyd. Come on, Boyd, I know you got this. I know you got that thing in you. Boyd, what was that? This dude's got, wait, no, he doesn't have terrain. I gotta move out of the way, like right here. But then that bird chased me. It chased me. But, see, the bird's like the bird. He's just gonna try to attack you as the closest. Come on, Boyd, I'm gonna need you to do that counterattack. Come on, Boyd. That dude's really trying to fight Oscar. Oscar lived this one. Good. Stab it back. Yes. Ooh. Man, these dudes are working our defenses down, I tell you, man. Good night. And Ileana is getting pressure. Yeah, she got it. So talking about, Ileana? Man, you know I had like zero faith in her to even be able to dodge one. Much less two. Oh, yeah, that's why we needed those. Ileana, how'd you fail me so badly, bro? Like, immediately. Like, bro, how did you fail so bad? Like, bro, she weave, and then immediately said, you see, it's the only dodges I really had in my system. It's the only 2 dodges you're gonna get today. I'm like, dang it, bro. She had me in the long con. She had me in the long con. But I need to find a way to, like, get that. I need to find a way to beat those birds. But I don't know how. You know what? I have an epiphany. Everyone can attack from the front. I think the game's trying to trick me into thinking that I have to necessarily beat these dudes with a front face. I'm definitely going to keep Rolf because he's been the main person that's at least had something, right? And I definitely want to keep Titania. Definitely want to keep Oscar. Reese. Now, Miss is going to be a mad hard choice. But I need 2 healers are better than 1. Lethe definitely. Braum is iffy. Braum is iffy. But we need that defense. And Mordecai. And like it's too risky. Too risky. But I like Marcia, so why not? Alright, reposition time. Good. Yeah, that looks like a promising defense right here. Actually, no, swap out Mordecai. Swap out Mordecai with Lethe. I think this looks promising. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save it right here just to make sure that at least the game knows the people that selected. And yeah, I'm doing my life decisions. So she's immediately beast mode. We're gonna put child, other person, and then we'll put Miss will be in the middle, and then we'll do the let the crew do like kill circle. That's literally what this is. Yeah, she is not. She's gonna be good for the rest of her days. Now, Ikedom's kind of in a weird position though. But the main primary goal that we have to defend is indeed Reese. Reese has to be the main person we defend though. Oh, it's already defended. Hey, we're defended. Easy. It looks like a dumb formation, but you saw it. That bird can't go through us. It looks like it's just a 4 on line and then a 6. That bird can't go through us. Hi. Show me stride. That was an interesting stride, but hey, it's a stride nonetheless. I think Reese might be Reese. I think Rolf will be able to. Yeah, Rolf can hit. I don't know if Rolf can hit though. Nah, Rolf got it. Rolf got it. Rolf's got this. He's gonna shoot from the side over here. Watch. Shabuya. Can we get a part 2? Man, the dude is always. It's the Rolf family. I don't know what their last names are, but the Green family. I'll call them the Green. Oscar Green, Boyd Green. It's the Green family, man. They just don't know what a follow-up attack is. Alright, we beat our first burn and no one's lost any health. So, how foolproof do I think this plan will work? Foolproof was crazy. I just called a mere illusion. Better than a foolproof plan. Oscar, so help me, you do not live. Alright, so we got some chip damage going on here. Ooh, fight the Pegasus Knight. This is actually interesting because I really want to see what she does. Pegasus Knight. Man, that was anticlimactic, Marcia. I thought it was gonna like crit, it was gonna destroy and stuff, and I was gonna be like fawning, and I was gonna basically glaze the life out of what she had just did. But I don't even know I can consider that as a basic attack. Yeesh. Forgive me, I guess I tried a bit too hard, bro. You did your brother, no, yeah, okay. Like, okay, so we're definitely going to change her out for that. I'm more surprised that she critted and gave like no damage. Nothing's worse than seeing a crit and then it do nothing. The only way I've seen that happen before is Ashe against any armored knight from 3 houses. Ashe is honestly a good unit. Right? You gotta ask for my opinion off rip. I love Ashe. Right? No biases, no nothing whatsoever. Ashe, I just love him. He's just a genuine good dude. His story's pretty solid. You know, it's just a simple. You know, used to be a thief, but he wasn't thieving for like a bad purpose. He was thieving so he could like feed his family. And then one day he snuck into like, you know, one of the big like night houses. And he was taking some food, but he got mesmerized in a book. Got mesmerized into it a little bit too long. And the dude that owned the house came back and saw Ashe. And instead of turning him in to the authorities, he kept him and trained him as his own, like he was his own child. And now him and his siblings, you know, they get to eat very well. But one of Ashe's main things is that Ashe can evolve into an assassin class. And I'll be honest, people sleep on Ashe low-key kind of hard. And it's genuinely insane. Because, yeah, Ashe off rip, he's eh. But what I like about Ashe is that he goes from being eh to the muscle, and I love that. Not even the muscle, just, he's sneaky, right? He has a lot of crits. You give Ashe a killer blade, assassin, that's overkill. This dude's he's gonna look at you, crit. You could just sniff the crit, it's already over. But the problem is that Ashe's thing is that he can't fight armor knights since he's an assassin. Because armor knights, literally, they have a lot of defense, but they're impenetrable. You need to get like a Raphael in there, and even then, Raph is still like some of the hits they be taking. It's kind of scary, but they get slept immediately into a lullaby by Marianne though, because they have bad resistance magic. So like they can take deep physical attacks, but they can't take magical attacks. Which is when you get the literal nuke Lysithea, make her go in there, blow it up, or have Marianne blow it up, Huber blow it up, or really any other person that has decent mage or magic skill to just blow it up. Make it like a kamikaze explosion. Really just an explosion. No one's sacrificed themselves to explode. It'd be kind of crazy work. Alright, I think we're in pretty good position hands. She's D'd up. And we're ready. Lethe goes into her beast form. And then we'll put Reese, Rolf, Ike will be on the side, Titania will also be on the side. Nephany will also be on the side. So everybody is pretty much essentially guarded up. Put them in there, put Lethe in there. That way you Oscar on the side. What's his name? Braum on the side. Good, good, good. Wait. Good, good, okay. Alright. Ice getting first blood. What will you do, Ike? Ooh, nice dodge. Nope, good slash. Man, excuse me. Nah. Here's how it's gonna go down. That's how the story's gonna end. I don't know. Ike lost like 1 damage though. But I wanted Ike to at least get the slash, so that way I could have Rolf come in here with a finisher bow. I wanted him to get most of the XP. According to my calculations, I was thinking about level up. Definitely probably put, like, I guess on the side of, like, coming up with more reviews to, like, do more gameplay vids of, like, I guess, whatever games. Because I guess what I could probably do is, like, I don't know, 3 houses builds. But a lot of people do 3 houses builds. You know, they actually have them, like, on websites and stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I never looked at any of that stuff. The only reason I even knew that was because I watched a person named Ruby Haven do it before, and she I think she was like doing Dimitri's route or something like that, and she had the stuff pulled up, and I was sitting here like, dang, I didn't even know you could do it like that. Stop. Please dodge. The world, it grows so dark. Oh my goodness, like, bro. You did well, like, literally the last chapter. Like, I don't get it, bro. Cause some of these, like, look, I know it's a new chapter, new season, Emperor's New Moon, bro. But like, some of these people just lose the most dumbest conditions in the entire existence of existence. And it genuinely doesn't make any sense. So I'm thinking I'll throw it in, I'm gonna throw in Kyra in. Cause I believe that if anybody's gonna be tanking hits, it definitely can be him. I need people who can tank and can heal. And maybe like a few archers in like the seclusion. Like, y'all already see what I mean, right? We'll have Reese in them. I wish you could like switch. You know what I mean? Like switch. Like if Reese is next to Rolf, they could just switch. Cause it would make so much of what I'm trying to do way more entertaining, way more easily. Because by what I would be doing would essentially be breaking the circle. So the reason why I even remembered how this thing even went, I say how this thing even went, how I wanted this to be was because I saw Ike right here. When I first did it, I thought, dang, I messed it all up. Because I forgot about Reese. But since everybody's going to be tagging this part, I want to see how well they can actually fight on the side. Oh, now I remember why the reason why he's got 29 and not 30. It's because he levels up after this. Like, I think he fights once, and then he levels up after this. You could be like, why not rescue? Someone's gonna get hurt over there, and Mist has to be over there to make sure to do it. So Ike's obviously gonna get pressured immediately after this. But I think him and Rolf are a pretty good team, honestly. I'll make Ike slash one more and then let Rolf get the instant level up. Ike is really about to almost hit level 20. You know, and I know someone's gonna be calling me a dunce cap for this. I've not been throwing my stuff into good XP. I think the game at this point wants me to run with a set team. Like, okay, bro, what you want? Do you want Titania? I'm like, yeah, okay, I see what you're trying to do, game. Ooh, I'm so glad that he had stopped. I was like, no, please don't kill. I'm just saying that he almost did, like, kind of kill though. Because last time he left him up at like 10 HP. And I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But this time he said, nah, look, bro, I'm about to leave him at like 1. I was like, dang, you almost got me on that one. So I'm pretty certain yesterday, I was playing a little bit of GTA 5, right? And I was doing the semionomics, I think it was like, the semionomics, like, the car dealer thing. It's basically where you go into the airport and you steal two cars and then you know, drive off with them. And you know you can run that mission back to back. And it gives you like, I think right now it's like, for normal difficulty is like $25,000. But what I did back in the day, like back in like high school, was that I used to put that thing on a rotation. So I put it through a playlist, and what I would do is that I would get my 25K, right, and then I would make sure to start it up again, and then run the mission back 4 times, and then once the playlist is over, I'll have 100K, you know, after those 4 times. The mission itself is not bad inherently. Ooh, you dunce cap. But the mission isn't bad inherently. It's just really annoying because you have to go grab the car, then ditch the cops, and then once you drop off the one car. Hold on. Hello? Alright, then. Okay. Okay, I will be right back. I definitely got to see what Jill's gonna be doing after this whole thing. Okay. It's gonna be a lot of editing. It's gonna be a lot of editing. Oh my goodness. It was thundering. It was howling. But the craziest part is the electricity and the internet stayed up. So now there's gonna be a lot of editing. Well, yes. Let's get back to the game, shall we? Why not? Man, I at least told myself I gotta at least beat one chapter a day, or at least one chapter for every time I do one of these. Because otherwise, it's not gonna go right. Okay. So Jill's all like, "No, I finally caught it up." Yeah, that's the girl from literally the last chapter. If you wait a little bit. So she's glad that she caught up, and says that she'll do this on her own and she won't let them escape. And then she ponders herself and tells that they're giant birds. And then she's like, "Ugh, are they like bird half-breeds? Like the Lagoos?" So now it's like, now it's a whole thing. Alright, so good. Everybody should be, relatively good. In a well sense. Now, Mist is gonna do the old Healerino. Doing good on that front. But yeah, basically it was like a lot of rain, a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff. Because what was normally just a showcase on good stuff, like what my dad was doing, was basically it. Fixed a few things, fixed many things on the car, and I was greatly appreciative of what he did. And after that, he told me to take it to my grandpa up in the top of the house and stuff. So I went and I showed it off to him, and then he was giving me like some antifreeze and stuff, telling me about like brake fluid. I usually would say breaker fluid, but he said that it's called brake fluid, and I was like, all right. And then we talked about propagation, which he knew what it was, but he called it a different word, so it was kind of like a little bit of confusion. But basically, propagation is when you cut like a part of a plant, and then you like tape it to the other part of like said plant, the parent plant or whatever, like the main plant, and it's supposed to grow even more crops. Now somewhere it said it was illegal. It's not illegal. It literally is not illegal. I learned that in like agriculture class in the 11th grade. I don't think they would teach us something illegal in school like that unless it was like history. Like they wouldn't say it's a good thing, because the dude was saying it's a good thing. And we were talking about that, and then the rain came along, and we were watching ABC 13 talk all about the rain. They were like, yeah, Liberty County's getting smack dab. I'm like, oh man, we're tanking it right now. Yeesh. So, oh my goodness, Oscar, can you hit? Like, good night, Minerva. Like, they are heavily focused on, despite this man being like level 14, this dude cannot take no hits. He has to dodge, or otherwise he is cookarinos. And these stinking soldiers, they're not gonna make it easy. So, you know what Rolf's gonna do? Make it even harder. Because Lord knows, I'm not gonna sit here and just tank all these hits. I'm gonna fight fire with fire. Man, the Green family knows nothing about following up with another attack. This dude Rolf can't shoot another bow for his life, another arrow for his life. Granted, he has like 7 speed, and this thing like doubles his speed and is on a good day, whereas Rolf is also on a good day. So, I think like this, what's it called? This affects how many times a unit will strike in a single attack. I think it's if the number is times 2 of the original number. So like if Rolf was 14, then the guy would have to be 7 speed for Rolf to be able to attack twice in a turn. I think. It's either that or it has to be 2 over. So if this soldier is 14, Rolf would have to be like 16. You know what I mean? He would have to at least be 2 points ahead in speed. I could be wrong about that. So we're going to put it to the test when we fight with Ike, right? Either to put it to the fruition. Ike is 17 speed. Well, I mean, Ike decides to just quit, so I guess it really was all up for the game. But after this, we're definitely going to make sure to upgrade our people because Lord knows we're going to need it. Titania has a spare axe that she can lend. Definitely to Kyron. I'd hope so. I'd be really genuinely upset. I'm trying to see which one's easy. Alright. We'll give him the Iron Axe. I was trying to remember which one was like the better one. Since Titania's thing is like S, which is like the max of what it can be, he'll just use the one that's like slightly weaker. But at least he'll have good handling. Now we need to be extremely cautious. Thankfully, bro took that. And we're not gonna mess up like we did last time. And accidentally hit him with like a ward. Alright, we're gonna hit him with Mend. Alright, M-E-N-D. We're gonna use it on him. I really wish that they'd fight Lethe. It's just extremely annoying because she has to hold these positions because if she doesn't, it's all over. Who's next? Alright. Now more people swarming in. So it's saying to root the enemy, but like, how can you root the enemy if more enemies keep showing up? How do you root an enemy? There's no location main thing you gotta go to. I'm surprised this dude in big gigantuan armor was able to somehow speed blitz a bird. If y'all don't fight this stinking animal, so help me Lord. Great. I'm so happy that that happened. Ooh, Goatsker. Goat Oscar. Oscar the Goat, the greatest of all time. All bro just needs is a dodge, or at least not a multiple speed hits. We need that crit again. Crit again? Crit again. You failure of a citizen. I can't believe that you somehow lost that entire thing. You got beaten. Boy, Rolf, oh my goodness, I lost. Like, Oscar, why do you stink so bad, bro? Next time I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. Anytime I give even a slight amount of praise or like, man, you did pretty good, it just immediately goes downhill. They die, they lose, they can't do the same thing that they do. They go from being like a guy in his prime to a decrepit old person, and it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know how they go from being so good to just so poor in such a quick span of time. It's genuinely sickening. I say sickening, it's really annoying. Fire Emblem, more like inconsistent Emblem. I can't with this game. That same exact bird. I mean that copy and paste bird with the copy and paste stats. Just couldn't do it. I think I'm gonna do a rotation switch. I have an epiphany. I had a bit of profundity. I'm gonna hit you with a big word real quick. I'm gonna swap some people up. This is gonna come with a big brain move. And let's just say I had some Welch's gummies today. Alright. No one left. So we can't have that. We can't have her in the middle. You're probably thinking, why are we doing this formation? Because if she goes around here, we're gobbled up. Alright. If she's like anywhere on the sides, gobbled. She's cooked, right? She's done. Dunyan rings. So you gotta have her in the middle. Do like a little, keep her to the wall, like, you know, the wall, because this obstacle, this is our best friend right now. Miss is gonna be here, and then all those people are gonna do their own thing. So Oscar's gonna be like in the front. I want to at least keep them like semi-close to each other. They're gonna be here, and then Ledger's gonna be on the side. Now I could just rescue, call it a day, you know, that's what I do. But more than likely, Oscar's probably gonna get like hurt, and because the game generally despises having any sort of convenience, if you place down the unit can't move. So you can't just grab the unit, move, drop the unit, and then have the unit go and move. You know, that wouldn't work. So what the game decided to do later on in the series is, which it should be here too, because they have dancers in the game. They give sing, and sing basically rejuvenizes the body and makes them go another step. No, they were doing a little fundraiser, basically, for my sister. They were doing like a little fundraiser thing where they had crawfish. And my mom was just telling me about it. I told her that, you know, my grandma's I had her pork chops. But you know, that brought me to the thought of like, some things are just, some things certain people, or I guess some, you know, companies would do better. One of the main examples that I had was, I'd say this, alright, in terms of pork chops, right, from my mom to my grandma, I like the way my mom makes them better. I like her fried pork chops a lot more. However, I like my Mimi's, whatchamacallit, I like her, cabbage more. I just like the way that it's cooked. I don't know how she does it, but she does it. It's weird. It's like, I guess it's like, depending on who the person makes or what dish will actually make a dish better. I mean, I know it's like pretty obvious. I wanted to use that for something. It'll probably come, that will definitely come back. And someone's going to cross-reference the life out of this. I'm going to love the mess out of that person's going to do that later on. For now, they don't know me yet. So, we can't have that. Speaking of knowing and all that stuff, bro, I was watching, I think it was like watching this like YouTuber talk about that. It was like these people who want to be like other YouTubers. Like one dude wanted to be like Aiden Ross, and he was talking about like, I'm going to be the next Aiden Ross or something like that. And bro was literally like, he would show like a clip of Aiden, and then show a clip of him, and all he's doing is jumping around. Like, I mean, literally, I'm not trying to be funny. This dude literally was just jumping around in his room. That's all he did. Literally just jumping around, body slamming WWE. Okay, now I'm trying to be funny. WWE slamming, and it's just like, I don't know. I was sitting here like, bruh, why? Like, look, bro, I'm all for you being hype and stuff like that, but you know what's the difference between like someone, you know, like them, and then compared to yourself? This dude has, when it's behind a crowd and stuff, it's hype. When you're in a room doing it by yourself, that's not hype. You know what I mean? You screaming and jumping and doing all that, like, it's not really as hype when you think about it, because like, it's like, okay, with them, it's hype. I'm like, do you know what I mean? Because like in the moment, the reason, what I'm saying is, they had build-up. There's build-up to what they're doing. Even if it's just random, it doesn't make any sense, it has build-up. At least it has something catering towards it. Like, there's a reason why they're screaming and doing all that. This dude just does it. and then start slamming that there's no reason. Like even, and I know it's gonna sound crazy, even the dude who had the broken headset, he had a reason of jumping up and down, having his headset broken all because of Siege. You picking up when I'm laying down? There's a reason for it all. It's not just him just doing spontaneous actions to get a reaction. Do you know what I mean? Now we can have that more like deep insight on like ourselves. No, I'm kidding. It's nothing like us. But I say more people have that more I guess like even bare bones insight. I think a lot of things would be a lot better. That's my genuine opinion though. You can take it as you will. Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look at both of our stats. I'm gonna look at Oscar's stats. I'm gonna look at this bird. I have to see this. Lethe has had no acciones, and it genuinely makes me violently mad. Because they go actively against the people who there's no reason for it. Why didn't this game make a switch system? Like, why can't I just switch from being like Rolf and Reese? Just literally like swap them. That's literally all I ask. Hey Reese, can I be in your position for a sec? Sure, I'll be in your position for a sec. It'd make what I'm trying to do a lot easier. Cause now I'm going to throw Rolf immediately out of position. And then just hope for the best. So Jill goes and talks about her, I don't know, Final Fantasy that she has with this boat. Now you're probably screaming straight through the monitor, just use the potion. And I'm like, ooh, see, not yet. Not yet. Dude, the Green family does not know what a follow-up attack is, and it genuinely makes me annoyed. So back to what I was saying, I gotta see the stats on this. It was like a 15, and this like, oh, with no wonder. Why does Oscar get speed blitzed so badly? I can't have missed out there. I got it. How fast do we outpace? How do we outpace? 15? Check it. 15. We got it. We win. Ball game. Easy. Oof. What's Miss gonna do? Good question. She's gonna heal, right? And if you're wondering who's going to be the one that's going to bear carry of, you know, of who, it's going to be Baroom. I'm going to just call him Baroom. Like, I know it was like Rom or something. Good crit, Oscar. See, there I go. There I go complimenting people. There I go giving a fellow within his within the side of the sneaking compliment. Nah, man, I gotta stop doing that. And I'm not saying that out of the whole, oh, well, he's always negative on what the stuff. No, I'm just saying that because, like, once again, if I give these people any sort of thing, I put a bad omen on them. I put, like, this whole, he's going to lose. When I say that, he's going to lose. He didn't lose, though. Which actually surprised me. Good dodge, Titania. But I didn't expect anything less. However, I was promised a follow-up, and I think my promise was broken. A little ashamed. But thankfully she got speed 19, so I think she will actually literally be a 2K21 player. Because speed boost, yeah, that's me. I don't know, ask Joshua. I know him and his friends, and I think it was like this downfall of like 2K video I was watching. It basically goes a little bit more in depth, but pretty much 2K21 had a speed glitch cheese, and what you could do was, I think it was like the flick of like your camera stick. If you did it like left and right immediately, you would get like a speed glitch where you could be like just immensely fancifully fast for like a few frames, and those few frames are diabolical. Cause I was watching back and I was like, geez, that's actually game breaking. I was like, golly, why is it so strong? The speed boost, yeah, that's me. That thing lives in my head rent free. This dude wields an axe like as if it's like it's as big as his entire body. Bro is not a child trying to wield an axe. Bro is literally named, I kid you not, his whole thing is Axe Knight. And what's the axe? Ooh, I don't know. His weapon level's like C. The weapon itself is E. So that E is less than C because it's like 5. The 5th letter in the alphabet. So I don't know. I'm gonna give him a quick heal up though. This one is extremely good. But I gotta conserve its uses. I gotta make it when it's absolutely necessary and dire. Now this is a little tough. We're a bit of a pickle here. Now, if only I could do the same action in turn. I really want her to be over there and swap. But I think this is doable though. Hold up. Let me see something. They can attack. Yeah, okay. An item that allows a Lagoose to remain in their animal form. Oh! I see. Yeah, cowards. They all fled away the moment I got any sort of realization on, oh, these crystals make us beasts forever. Well, at least for, I'm assuming this chapter, because that'd be kind of overpowered. They literally tucked their legs behind their beaks and ran off. They're like, yeah, See, now that he actually understood what the game did not bother to say, I think we need to leave. And they're like, yeah, that'd be wise. And they ran. I was like, yeah, y'all better run. Yeesh. Whoa. Is she on our side? She's got the green. She is in other phase. She better be on her side. I don't know why she would be on her side though. Doesn't really make any sense. Ugh, but she's gonna rush us. It's gonna be the whole thing. It's just like, ugh. Like, it's, ugh. She's probably gonna talk to Ike though. She's probably gonna be like, let me be on your team. And Ike's gonna be like, okay. And then that's really, you don't know how terrified I was just now. Ike, why are you always in the way? Oh, I can just shove this dude? I think I can stiff arm this guy. Stiff arm him over to Ike. Like that. Get him to go over and then slash up. Have that's too good. Ike, if you do not double attack this dude, thank you. When I saw him miss, I said, yeah, he's got another action. That's not always guaranteed though. Just because somebody dodges does not necessarily mean that they have a second action. Okay, that one's actually up for debate. I'm not gonna try to say that with my full chest. No, we got it, actually. Hold on. Make a pull up. Alright. And then we'll have Reese so he has Reese. So what they're gonna do is they're just gonna grab everybody. Looks to be good. Alright, now everybody's trying to step back, I guess. So Jill's like, why are you lollygagging about? And he's like, what are you talking about? She's like, I'm Jill Fizzard, a wyvern rider of Daedin, attached to Commander Har's battalion. I offer a truce. That's insane. Considering she was extremely determined, literally in the last chapter, to end our lives. She said she can't sit by and allow a human vessel to be attacked by a subhuman degen. I will fight with you. That is immensely crazy. I'm just speechless because the shift is like she went from like I'm going to end y'all to being like, well, I can't let a regular person just get attacked by this irregular person. So let's do this thing. And then Ike's like, dude, you're from Daedin. I'm not gonna accept your help. You literally tried to attack us. I don't know why you didn't bring that up in the second sentence. And then she's like, look, I don't care about your pride. You're not Vegeta. These dudes are going to eat y'all. And then Ike's like, okay, but you're still saying that subhuman mess. They are called Lagoos. Put some respect on DK name. And then Jill's like, what are you yapping about? I am literally on your side. But I think we'll talk more about this. So, then she talks about bleed the half-breed. And then Ike's like, what did I just witness, bro? And me and Ike are going to be on the same boat on this one, because even I'm a little bit speechless. Okay, so we have a lot of versatility here. She's a wyvern rider. She can fly pretty much anywhere and everywhere. This is the main dude we have to face. Now, don't ask me why this dude's whole entire speed set is nerfed to the ground. And why he has, like, literally nothing on him. So all these soldiers are just, excuse me, idly sitting by. So for now, I suppose I'll let her venture out a little bit forward. And as for the rest of us, I'll drop him here. This dude will get dropped here. Hold position. Hold position. Yeah. Wait, how far can she go? Enough distance. Put her there. Oscar will be on the side. Ike will exist. As per usual. And then Lethe will like guard the front. Absolute cinema. And now more people are trying to get after us. Cowards. As if I'm not the same person who went out of my way to go get healed. Okay, so off rip, she is terrible. Also, you know, despite these people being like, I don't know, flying, you know, flying horses, flying this, things that generally are in the air, this game surely really does not like when someone is like, not flying. It's a lot of biscuits to be risked here. She could miss. She could literally just not hit, which actually is even more insane. Actually, I think I could work with this. I'm trying to think of how this is supposed to go. So he does a little this. Miss does a little bit like that. Rom was a little bit like that. And then chicken. Absolute cinnamon. Almost dropped the controller. And now that dude turned back to normal. Which does give us an opportunity to really seek the life out of this guy. Also, I don't know why I didn't grab I didn't grab her. I feel like a dunce. But she's good though. If this, yeah. We're definitely got to lead them. Yeah, okay, he's trying to literally heat seek us. We just got this character, he's immensely trying to heat seek us right now. But the attack looks so stiff. This is really what happens when you put your flying-based animal just only having an animation wing. The dragon flaps its wings, but doesn't fly. Yes, it's really as stupid as it sounds. Ugh. It's gonna smell like ricotta cheese. But there we go. Because I mean, yeah, while that whole entire like thing was blowing by, I'll tell you that I did get to catch up on a lot of webtoon. I caught up mostly up on Down to Earth, which I haven't. I was like 10 episodes behind it. It allegedly says. I was like, oh, man, felt kind of bad. I was like, oh man, I didn't know I was that behind. Hey, if she's gonna get one more attack off, at least that she didn't go out with just simply stalling. At least she did get a hit. So now Lethe's back into her normal form, and I think Mordecai's about to almost follow suit if he doesn't get any more Axionas. And since that is said to have been, I'm going to make sure that she heals Braum. So Braum's at least gonna make her a stowaway for like 2 turns. We just need Rolf to be good. Reese will be fine. No, they won't. I didn't see it. I don't know who I can trust though to like hold this. What am I babbling about? No. They can hold this. Watch. Observe. I'm about to witness something I like to call, in the sphere of gaming genre, it's what I call a dominant strategy. If something is strong to use, you're always going to use it. Why come up with their intricate, oh, let's order this when I could just barricade everybody in? Alright, Mordecai, show me what you got. Good dodge. Claws. Immediately took the bird down. I don't know if the dude's gonna keep calling reinforcements. We're gonna have to send somebody, because unless that boss specifically goes to us, I am not going over there. I'm not. I'm glad they're all pushing him though. Because I'm like, I want some of these enemies to intentionally see, like that's what I'm talking about. He said it's game time. Call him Damian Lillard. And he got a crit. Really grounded my screen. It really shook my TV. It shook the whole house. It didn't shake the whole house, but you get the picture. Ooh, just short. Not the story of my life though. Oh, so he's flying to us. I guess he wasn't a coward after all. However, Mordecai's about to start turning back to normal, which is not on our bingo card, so yeah. However, I think there's a bit of ricocheting I can work around here. I call it a hunch. If I drop it here, throw... Definitely throwing Oscar all the way to yonder boo, because... Let's face it, trusting this guy to at least hold down a position is like asking an infant how rockets are made. It doesn't know how to do that, nor does he really. He can't hold it anymore. He was able to hold it like when we had to face all those waves after our father had passed away. That was like the only time he actually held ground. But otherwise, he's been kind of in. It's kind of disheartening. Because the game's really on normal. But like, I think they wanted me to go through like some weird training arc and then immediately come back. Even though I don't know what the training arc is. Now let's see. Over here. Reese will go there. You will wait. Alright, people. We look to be in good strengths. Alright. Let's see what she can do. Plunder away. King Naysala has given us his blessing. Ooh, bad hit. Good pull. And another bad hit. Extremely doable. Extremely doable. Thankfully, he can't bomb rush us twice. I mean, he really could have. But he really picked the wrong person to bomb rush trying to get a shit to. He's gonna get double attack. But thankfully, he's in LOS. The old line is, ah, come on. He just turned back to normal. I was really about to go haymaker crazy. But, well, beggars can't be choosers. It's not like I'm begging necessarily. I'm trying to have this locked down. Ah, my right leg is couldn't give it up. Okay. Little RF's got some speed out here. Please tell me she has a Bullring. Oh, thank the Lord. Alright. Hold position. Let Titania do a little bit of a clear up. Better safe than sorry. Nice dodge. And here we go. Now my assumption was that he probably could have been a good guy. Keyword probably. Would I chance it though? No. Bomb rushing. Dang. Yeah, we got it. And it's in our favor too. We'll be able to attack twice. This slash. Good crit. Oh yeah, because he couldn't fight, because he doofusfully turned back to normal and then tried to rush us. Like, that would be the most genuinely dumbest idea I've seen my entire life. This dude looked at this guy with a straight face and said, yeah, I may be like, I may absolutely have nothing to defend myself. I think I got it. I think you can take him. What, just because I'm in my hybrid human form right now, and that means I literally can't fight anybody, because the game mechanic says so, that don't mean nothing. I'll use the power of friendship on a character that wouldn't do that. Something tells me this guy was not really as smart as I thought he was. You can call it a hunch. It's a hunch. Good poke. Nice dodge. Which means a follow-up. The green family. The green family. They don't got it in them like they used to. And I really could shoot this guy from downtown. And because of that, I'm going to shoot this guy from downtown. Wait, how much health does he have? 15 or so? 15? I believe we got it. That family just doesn't know what follow-up is. It's insane. That's like a new conceived word to them. So Braum is really our last hope. This dude's gonna be able to attack twice. He's probably gonna get outspeed blitzed, but I need this man to hit. That looks like a hit. That's good. That's good. That's good. Because I was really going to cry. I was like, man, we're not. Someone's going to lose. It's going to be a whole thing. Man, no wonder this dude is in the armor knight. Bro has like padding. I thought this dude was like fully decked out. This dude is not decked out. He's like the equivalent of like a rugby player putting on some padding. I thought he was going to be okay. So I was like, is everyone alright? And this one's like, let me check on some people. And Titania's like, man, those crows were tough. And I'm like, Nasir, how's the ship? And then Nasir's like, we can't, we're stuck. We're immobilized. We can't move. And Ike's like, well, I don't want you to stand around doing nothing. Hopefully I can do something. So we docked the boat forcefully, because we literally can't move. And then Miss is like, where are you going? Da, 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 da. No, don't leave me. He's like, oh, I can't leave. Da, da, blah, blah. Okay, I hate. But it pays the bills, so we gotta keep motion talking on how this goes. So Ike's like, nothing's getting done, sitting around here. I gotta go ashore, see what I can see. And Nasir's like, hold up. You can't do that. And then Miss is like, oh, look back behind you. And then the soldiers are like, what are you doing? I'm like, what? And the Seer's now like, oh, this could be trouble. And now we got more people pulling up. Please tell me this is a cutscene and not like another chapter. Let's see, my screen went black. I was kind of genuinely terrified. So this is Gold Doan territory. We are not permitted here. Ike's like, you don't understand. We are literally beached. We can't leave from here. And the dude's like, then go to your ship. Excuse me. What happens to your kind is nothing to deal with us. And then Ike's like, that's kind of dumb. You're being a complete. And then the soldier's like, well, you've been warned, and you will not be warned a second time. We will jump. Never mind. They're oh, thank goodness. I don't know who that person is, but she's like, ceases at once. What do you think you're doing? Because Lord knows I was not going to get into another fight. It was going to be the end of everything. It was going to be another fight. I said, yeah, that's going to be it. My Lord Prince. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that Soren's like Kurthnaga? Who? Man of the Barrack, my countrymen were discourteous. I ask that you forgive them. I'm like, who are you? This dude's like, I'm Kurthnaga, Prince of Goldoa. And I'm like, the Prince? Now we're getting somewhere. Thanks to some Kilva's pirates, our ships run aground. Can you help us out? And then the Prince is like, And then Ice like, you can't help us, can you? And then Kurthnaga's like, I'm not used to being addressed in such a direct manner. I was taken off guard. What do you mean? No, I didn't. If anyone should apologize, it's me. My father had a great deal to say about my lack of etiquette. I didn't mean to offend you. And he's like, I don't mind me. I'm more concerned with the misfortune your journey has met. Of late, the ravens have grown ever more barbarous, and this cannot stand. My father will lodge a form of protest with these people, I assure you. But in the meantime, we shall help you with your ship. And I think he tells the person behind him named Gareth to direct the others to push their ship free. And he's like, alright. So they turn their forms and they push it ashore. You know, for 2000 and not this year, they have some pretty good artworks. I think it's like 2000 and zero. Probably like 2004. Maybe like 03. Maybe 01. Maybe I'm just throwing random numbers just to at least sound like I actually know what at all I'm even saying. All it's gonna take is one simple research, cause back in the day they didn't have the simple research. It's It's a 2005. Never mind, I was close. 2004. Yeah, it was close. Who is this dude? Man, that was not at all the guy that we fought. They're showing me characters on here I've never even seen. Like, who's racing? I've never seen this dude in my life. Ashnard and... Okay, I know who Gatri. Gatri's that big knight dude with Sheen on. Those dudes were good. It's just a shame that they immensely hated our guts because our father passed away and thought that it was on us. Because we somehow knew of a past that he did not tell us. And then he died, and it was like, oh no, he died. And again, if I had to say I had 2 nickels for a father figure in these Fire Emblem games that have been known at least worldwide, but have no connection outside of like their child, outside of fighting, and then they get like accepted into this thing and they go and do all this work and they barely get to talk, and then when they finally have like a moment of peace, then something happens that tragically ends one of them. In this instance, it's Griel falling to what I can assume was like a past that he had behind him, like a student that he had trained, and then the student and him went like evil and they did bad things. So then he's like, you know what, I'm gonna stop doing the bad thing and I'm gonna focus on the family. And then it came back and bit him. Exactly how Gerard Lily fell in the battle. Maybe not like evil, but at least like he did some heroism. Then he had a child and was like, you know what, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna just sit with my family. Literally worked for, I don't know how do you do that? I know there's only really so much that you can really talk about this game, story-wise. That's not just, oh, everybody was chill, and then one day one of the countries was like, nah, I'm not used to having friends, and then just immediately starts terrorizing people, and then your country gathers up with all these other countries to at least make amends, to be like, we got to do something, and they're like, yeah, we got to do something, and then they take on the big bad, and then all the countries are saved. That's literally what I could really pretty much. It's they can't keep getting away with this. They've done this since like the SNES, the SNES, the Mario Kart on the SNES, that Super Nintendo Entertainment System. They've been doing it since literally the Beyond ages. No wonder their company had failed. No wonder they lost almost all their profits. And if Fire Emblem Awakening didn't save their behinds, they would have literally plummeted ship. Because their story is the same. I'll say name one game that decides to be like, nah, I'ma not do that generic norm outside of Fire Emblem Heroes. I wouldn't consider that even like, and even then that still follows the same plot similarly. A group of people from different nations come together and they have to go face big bads. that go to even more bigger bads. That's literally Heroes. It's a mobile game. A power creep having mobile game. I genuinely despise that game. I like it from a Fire Emblem standpoint. I don't like it from a gacha system standpoint of spinning and spinning for orbs, and then you don't have orbs, and you gotta pay actual money to get orbs. I never paid in that game. I don't believe in really trying to pay for gachas, because at the end of the day, you really could just get shammed. You could get the item that you want, or you could not. That's the price. And then you have these people named whales. They're called whales who will shill, like give money, willingly, over and over and over to these companies in hopes of getting better rewards. They are called whales. The whales will see something cool, shiny, and new in the game, and then they're like, "Oh man, I want to buy new, shiny, cool item in the game." Then they buy new, shiny, cool item in the game, and then they have fun and they decimate and they destroy all the things. And then the game's like, "Hey, we have new, shiny item in the game," and then it's literally just a cycle. It's like a food cycle, not a food chain. It's a food cycle. It's kind of brain dead. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? If you want to support your game, don't get me wrong. Yeah, support them how you will. Like, if that's what it means that you try to do it, you know, I think, okay, like, you know, maybe if you throw a few bit of dollars here and there, if that's what you want to do, that's your money. Don't get me wrong. But it comes to a certain extent of just giving all of your money. Even, these dudes will, they will give their money, even if they don't have money. Did you see the Genshin Impact, news thing? Where the dude, the dude took out his emergency funds. He took out his stinking emergency funds with him and his engaged girlfriend. All because he saw a cool, shiny, new looking character in Genshin Impact and said, "See, I could just save up my money and basically tell myself, hey, maybe I don't necessarily need to try to buy this character because, hey, maybe at the end of the day I might not get the character and I could just be okay with the characters that I have. Or I could, maybe, possibly, get some money and then try to buy the character. Now, it's random. I may not get the character. I may just get random weapons the entire time. I may not even get the same character that has low odds. But, you know what they say. 90% of gamblers stop before they make it big. Don't follow that philosophy, obviously. Do never follow that philosophy. If I somehow catch you and you follow that philosophy, I'm beating you up right then and there. I'm not gonna beat you up right then and there. We're both gonna get in trouble. But don't do that. Don't do that. Because that dude did, and he got yelled at. He was put on full blast. But back to the game. This is extremely, like, it's cool to see all these dragons, you know, working together and pushing this boat. Alencia's like, it's kind of overwhelming. And I was like, yeah, they do that. And then Titania, Vegeta dumps and talks about the stinking history of the dragons that live here. Talking about that they've been here since like 1,000 years ago. And they live for like eons. Talking about tales of the... He's like, how do you know so much about these people? And then she's like, well, I'm literally Vegeta. I've studied out these stinking books. And then she's like, it's really like a dream come true. And I's like, oh, this is pretty good fortune. Is that what you're saying? And then Miss is like, yeah, we got, she's like saying we got lucky. For once, your recklessness actually got us out of trouble. What are you talking about? What does she even mean? There wasn't Rick. Oh, to the prince talking informal and all that stuff. Like, okay, that makes a lot more sense. And Knight's like, what are you talking about? And then he talks about that we moved it safely, so now y'all can be on y'all's way. My subjects tells me it was lodged against a reef. There was no structural damage. You need not interrupt your journey, so that's great news. Is there anything else you require? If you need fresh foods, we can replenish your supplies. He said, be most appreciated. We're getting a road low on water. As for food, any fruit, meat, fish, anything fresh will be wonderful. He's like, alright, it'll be done. Tells about Garrett to send to it, and Garrett sends it. And he sent another gold deal when us engage in trade with other nations, but will you accept gold in payment? He said, don't worry about that pay. And I said, but you know so much. You could have left us to literally die out here. We must repay you somehow. And then Kresnaga's like, sweet courtesy is ever the herald of hospitality. Will this suffice to explain my actions? Hospitality isn't that for like guests? And he's like, Goldolius prefers isolation. We rarely see any foreigners, and even more rarely do we treat with them. Chance has brought us together, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. I wish we could feast a while and converse. However, my father would never allow it. Cause he's the prince. Right. Well, he can't expect us to accept a generous gift. And he's like, but I do. I insist you consider it a personal gift from the Goldolius prince. But I made you uncomfortable, so you feel like you decline. And I was like, no, we'll accept it, we'll take it. And he's like, oh, I'm glad you understand. And Titania's like, Ike, we gotta go. And then he's like, okay. And he's like, all right, we'll see you. And the prince is like, I won't forget. Oh no, Max like, I won't forget your kindness. And the Kurtnaga's like, don't worry, it was my pleasure. Like Chick-fil-A. And then we dip. Farewell. May your journey be safe. Yeah, get us out of these stupid, dumb, idiotic, dummy rocks. I haven't seen Alencia in like 2 chapters. I was genuinely thinking that she probably passed away. So Alencia's like, my lord Ike, is something amiss? And then he's like, first those ravens, and then some dragons rescue us. I can't understand how all these are considered lagoons. Is that a bit strange? And she's like, no, I see what you're saying. I hear you out. Just as there are both good and evil Birok, there must be good and evil lagoons. But they're so distinct in appearance, it's tempting to assume each race as a whole. Intrinsically good and evil. What word is that? I'm assuming it means like intertwining. Or like, you know, that there's just good and evil, like, you know, it's just basically distinction. But even more fancy, and then Ike's like, that it is. Like, bro, you're not a pirate. And then he talks about the beast tribes of Galea and the dragons of Godoy seem so honorable. And the birds and the phoenix seem so cruel. It seems so easy to reduce them all to good or evil. And Alencia's like, I'm sure it can't be helped. But as simple as that. And he's like, look at us, Barrett. Dans are evil, and Cremans are not. It's as simple as that. Well, wait. There were those prejudiced fools we met at the port. They weren't all that honorable. Maybe you're right. And this here's like, much of what seems good and evil is simply a matter of perspective, like. And then this is when this here's gonna be like, this is what I was talking about earlier about that whole, by going through the journey, will your opinions change as you mature? Many conditions affect our judgment. Drawing a definitive line is nigh impossible. Nasir, where you been? You vanished without a trace. He's like, I am uncomfortable around dragons. Now that'd be better if I stayed below in my cabin. My bad. And I was like, now that you mention it, Soren seems to have disappeared as well. He was like, hey, you seen him? And he was like, he probably feels like nauseated. For one unaccustomed to sea travel, it's not uncommon. And I was like, alright, I think I'll check up on him. And he was like, the wind is picking up. I believe I will go and check on the condition of our sails. Keep yourselves warm up here. It's a chill wind that blows in these waters. And then Ike's like, Princess Alencia, you should be returning to your cabin. And she's like, what about you, my lord Ike? And he's like, I'll stay on the deck a while. I have a lot to think about. And then she's like, would you mind if I stay here with you? I won't be any bother. And this is where I'm like, okay, yeah, guys, I see where this is all going. Skip, no, I'm not gonna skip that. Gotta read dialogue. I love dialogue. I love reading. So he's like, alright, cool. And she's like, oh, thank goodness. Now I can stop being a stowaway and sitting and watching people possibly perish and sitting, but mostly sitting. A lot of sitting.
Hello, Trey. How can I help?
I said sitting. I did not say Siri. Now there I said it, and she's probably gonna pick up. She didn't. That's what I expect. And someone's like, I'm here to report the last one. Oh, I got scared. My heart genuinely kind of sank for a minute. Sote? Who's Sote? Who's Sote? Who? Sote. Sote is it doesn't ring a bell. Is Sote not the Pegasus. I gotta look this up. Now, Jill, I understand. But who's Sote? Who? Who are you? Oh, right. Mikaya's brother. I don't even know who Mikaya is. Well, it can be tempted to utilize the BEXP and the Blossom skill to increase his stats greatly. It's not useful as he's still just a thief who is stuck with knives and cannot promote. In all, just like both, souls should just stick to stealing items and picking locks. That's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. We suffer no casualties or irreparable harm. Everyone was at their best. That concludes my report. Thank goodness. And just as quickly as we got here is as quickly as it ended. It still makes no sense that we still, till this absolute day, we do not have any. Look how much XP we have. Unnecessary. I think earlier we had like, what, 1,000 when we first started? Like, we have a lot of XP, and I've been doofusly not using it. So I've kind of been really messing over my whole entire team for no reason. I'm terrible. You know what? I like it. All these people in their shade and their things. All units. But we don't want that. Awesome. Gain grants unit fewer experience points, but enhances growth over time. So, I'm guessing that you can only hold up to a certain amount. So in this instance, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on. Are you serious? It's a good thing I saved right then and there. So, if you remove a thing, you remove it for good. It's not like in the other games where you just, okay, you know, you remove that, you know, you put that to the side, or hey, you know, maybe that ability will eventually come back. No, this dude's like a Pokemon. The moment you remove the skill or you replace it with another skill, that's it. That skill's no more. It's gone. Like, who decided that? What genius decided to sit here with a straight face, with a straight face, and said, I could just let you simply remove it and keep it onto the side, or it gets removed, and that was it. I was like, what? No, don't do that. That's silly, and kind of dumb, but mostly really dumb. You're probably gonna ask, who do I want to counter with? Respectfully, Rolf. Like, look, okay. Like, I'm trying to think, is it counter? I think counter is like if you get hit, then you can use this, like, you can hit back. I think. But like advantage. Unless I guess the preemptive move, no matter what. Z-Hark gets the preemptive move. I forgot Z-Hark exists. I really could have put Z-Hark in the mix. I really could have. I feel like a dunce cap for that. Well, in this instance, I'm just gonna put Ivy with counter. He's gonna have to have. I'm gonna make sure to save it right here. That's a lot of stuff. Three brothers. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. I think I'm gonna just leave it right there. Oh! It's crazy because it's really RZB, and then if you press start, it resets the game, and then if you press down, it brings you back to the loader. It's kind of crazy you can mix them with both worlds like that. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Oh man. Yeah, no, I did not drop my controller. I literally looked down, I grabbed it, and I set it down. Talk about an eventful day. Speaking of which, I know my grandpa's got like some doggerinos, and online they keep saying that they're like apparently Welsh's sheepdog, but he told me they have a mix of Labrador, German Shepherd, and like Collie, like border collie. I don't think it's like rough collie or anything, just that. But some of the sources on Google says like it's like a corgi. But to be fair, Google thought that they were red pandas and red raccoons and foxes. So I'll take it whatever that they pretty much say, and that be it. And tomorrow we got the Sly Cooper stuff, so I gotta make sure to set up my PS5 for that. But I've had a really fun time on Sly Cooper, Sly 2. Sly 2's introduction I felt like was pretty good. I wish that you could just replay the introductions though. I loved that a lot. I thought that was a pretty good genuine like intro in. But what do I think about Path of Radiance? It's long. It's really long. I'm gonna be honest. I'd probably just sum up the game right here and there, and that'd be really it. Cause I'm gonna be honest, I could literally just look up a video, call it a day. But I genuinely wanted to see what it goes to. I like the characters. Don't get me wrong. I like the character. The game's just so long. It's so long. And I know you're probably screaming, bro. You're literally 14 hours out of like what? How long is the game? Like 30? How long is 25 to 30 hours on a first playthrough, but it depends on your play style. Usually 33 hours. They say it's probably the best Fire Emblem game of all around. That means it's pretty simple, but by no means bad, aside from a few inconvenient gameplay stuff. Favorite lord and one of my favorite characters ever, because Path of Radiance does a fantastic job in telling his story throughout the game. Which Fire Emblem was the hardest? They said Shadow Dragon. It's the most challenging, but to be fair, that's CBR. And I trust CBR as much as I tell them to, I guess, rate Dragon Ball games. And then they said that Fighter Z was the best. So I couldn't get into it, or Radiant Dawn, but Sacred Stones and Awakening are two of my favorite games. I think it's to be interesting. You have to be playing on a difficult where death is an actual threat. I think for it to be interesting, you have to be playing on difficulty where death is an actual threat. The permadeath is essentially a component to driven up the tension. While the strategy are not particularly deep, it's the threat of permanently losing a character who you hopefully care about that makes you sure think about your moves. Regarding the RPG elements, is mostly just picking classes, letting their stats play out, however the dice rolls. That doesn't change a lot. In Awakening, I found the class system a little more interesting, just because you level up fast and have a reclass to keep growing. Most of the interest still comes down from myriads and their offshoots being broken. So really it's really just how you play it. Yeah, that's still kind of crazy to say yes and no. This is the last thing it talks about. Did Path of Radiance and Rainy Dawn hold up well? A lot of people mainly finished Awakening, which once again, if Awakening was not invented, this thing would have plummeted. We would never have seen Three Houses. So I'm actually happy for better or worse. But to be fair, the game went from like a grittier like set of tone to more of like, oh look at this anime girl, super kawaii or something like that. Sometimes, but that was only like one game, which thank the Lord it was only one game, because I would have went up to intelligence systems and said a few words. So the dude says yes or no. Got everything that really matters. Story, gameplay, characters. I say it holds up pretty well. The main problem is that it has quality of life issues that have been addressed in today's day and age, which depending on how much you like them, you may seriously miss. Biggest thing is that the gameplay is notoriously slow in combat. There's no pressing start to skip enemy phases, and even if you turn animations off, the mini animations still manage to take a long time. You're definitely going to want to emulate speed up to get through this nonsense. Dude said putting the gameplay speed on fast really helps with the mini animations. I honestly don't think the gameplay speed is any problem as long as you have animations off and speed on fast. I sometimes think people mistake that option to be at the text speed and miss out existing. Regular speed is definitely mind-numbing slow though. He said 99% of video games usually hold up. Even if you purchase a copy, you should 100% run on an emulator. The game desperately needs a way to speed up enemy ally phases. Once you fix this issue, the game is, played very well. They have what is probably my favorite implementation of skills in BEXP is IMO the best feature this series had dropped from a design perspective. They're talking about the battle EXP, like after a battle, usually there's like leftover XP or whatever that you can just give to the party, which I actually liked it a lot. Hopefully they bring that back, because that'd be really cool to see. But until then, that'll pretty much be it for me. Man, we're going to do some editing through it. I never edited through YouTube's stinking software. It's going to be a challenge. Alright. Beware and take care. No. Yeah, that thing is definitely getting sent off the lobby. 20 gigs? 20 gigs for almost 8 hours is insane. I was gonna kill my SSD for that. That thing almost got like 500 gigs on it though.